what. People want to know the secret to Wolf O'Donnell's ability to pick up all these beautiful women. Is it your good looks? Is it that big bulge in your pants? Could be that fancy car you drive. That I lease and change every other year, but y'all don't need to know that.
How's everybody doing? How's everybody doing?
Yeah, good.
All right.
How you doing, Fred?
I'm I'm doing good.
You sure?
I was refraining from saying that I'm staying alive.
Well, let's keep it that way. You don't say it.
You're not watching the stream, are you?
I am watching the stream. I'm just not listening to it.
Oh, well, that's yeah. It was. I just played the Bee Gees 12-inch promo version of "Staying Alive."
All 12?
Yeah.
Damn.
Good afternoon, everybody.
How's it going?
It's going all right. I just paid rent, and now I'm gonna do my taxes probably, because I am an adult.
Oh God. Yeah, that's right. Tomorrow's tax month, isn't it? Ugh.
I'm not too worried.
Well, I made more money last year than any other year in my life, so I'm going to have a lot of splaining to do. Hmm.
But other than having to pay my taxes, it seems like I'm gonna be able to take some time off so that I can stop doing commissions and finish the music video. So I'm excited for that.
Cool.
Maybe not anytime soon, maybe not this month or the month after, but definitely like within the next 3 months I'll be able to at least take 30 days off to just like finish the whole thing. So I'm looking forward to that. I've also been streaming a lot more. Fun.
Excellent!
Thanks for the resub, Space Case. wish I could be in a log cabin right now. Soon enough. about I'm too flexy for my shirt, but it's on the back of his pants because he's not wearing a shirt.
Maybe.
Very intense.
I could put something on the butt.
Nah, I just thought it'd be funny.
I think the butt speaks for itself. It's very intense. Man, there's some picture I did of Dynamite a few years ago where he was wearing those Juicy Couture shorts and it said Juicy.
Yeah, juicy on the ass.
Yeah, but like, let me write it out real quick. It said, yeah, J. People thought it said like Juicy or something because of the way that the typeface was. I'll have to find it again. It was one of those things where like you didn't see it until someone said it, and I was like, oh fuck, and I took it down. Like, you spelled juicy wrong. Yeah, it was something like that. It's somewhere. Always let a good art buddy verify your work before you put it online. Juicy.
Spelling things would always be the bane of my existence.
Dude, slap those on a pair of hot shorts and you can finally buy that lake house in Tahoe.
Message!
Message indeed. I think that could also dodge the copyright because it's
certainly
completely juicy.
Yeah, when I'd go to FC in San Jose, it always lined up at around the same time that this like girls volleyball tournament was going on, and we shared the same con space. And it became a meme after a while, but like, hot take, if you have, you know, a daughter and she's not yet 18 don't get her shorts that say juicy on the butt. Like, what are you doing?
That's
Like,
hardly a
there's
hot
so
take.
much of that. Just like, man. Freezing cold day. I'll be right back.
Well, after I finish this shot, next thing I do will have to be the mocap stuff. Should be nice to finally get over to that and test how it works. Might do that later tonight.
Exciting.
No, I didn't mean on stream. Just in my kitchen. Sweatpants and a tank top. Nah. I don't know if I can make myself presentable. I might make a behind-the-scenes video, post it to YouTube. But that would require making myself presentable, which is extremely subjective.
I'm done streaming for now, Fred.
Let me get you fixed.
Damn, Gru, I hope you had answers.
Boo. I remember being in that situation. That's why I hate ringtones. It's like, oh, my favorite ringtone. And then you have a job for a long time to the point where that ringtone just, you immediately go into full panic anytime you hear it. And then years later, someone else has that ringtone while you're waiting in line at the bank and the same you have a Vietnam flashback. Ugh, Christ. I had to start, when that was my thing, it's like I had to start getting up 2 hours before work. just sit and enjoy my breakfast and take it easy, and then eventually be like, yeah, better start heading in.
My alarm for a long time now has actually been the music that plays when you stay at a hotel in Earthbound. Dude, it's the most. It's never given me an anxiety spike. It's like I wake up and I'm like, and it's like this like really pretty ballad.
Must be nice.
It is nice.
I remember my mom used to wake us up by turning on the Nintendo 64 for us to go to school. It's just like plug in the game and turn on Banjo-Tooie. And then we would just hear the music and then we would instantly wake up and say, "Hi, you're awake, time to go to school."
Damn.
Very clever.
My mom's
Very
playing
clever.
video game. Oh.
And to be fair, like, she did woke us up early, so we got to play for like 10 minutes. If we got ready really fast, we got to play for like 10 minutes before we go to school. And for a little 8-year-old to play, because we were only allowed to play in the weekends, but to play like a little 10 minutes on a school day, like before going to school, was the best. But yeah, my mom was kind of crafty like that.
All we had growing up was the wood panel digital alarm clock sound. Oh god. Dude, it was like a fire drill.
Something like that, yes. All right, Rex, your book will be there tomorrow.
Oh, thank you.
No problem. Actually, I might want to play that. Yeah. It's a Belgian band called Placebo. It's very strange because we've had people in the past contact Makeshift about a stolen plush and they managed to send them another one. Now, if you bought something for me, like the sticker cap pack stuff, those are insured and tracked. I had a couple people who had theirs stolen. So what I do is I applied I get the refund of the money, and then I just send the person another package another sticker pack for free. Because at that point, the post office is paying me to send them another one. If I send you something from me and it gets stolen, like, it's insured, it's always insured. Makeship, I mean, I've heard of people plenty of times having something porch pirated that was sent from Makeship, and they contact them and tell them everything, and they end up sending them another plush, no problem. So it sounds just strange that they would tell you there's nothing they can do.
Yeah.
This was a year ago. I don't know if their policies have changed.
Because generally, if a package gets stolen, that should be covered by the insurer. It's just you have to prove, like, if you have any, like, video evidence of someone stealing it or something. But a lot of the time, they're, especially depending on the cost of the item, you know, if it's under $100, they usually don't care that much, but yeah, that blows.
Let me find the pictures. This is some workshop pictures. Ignore all the notes and things. But if you want to see kind of what the plush is going to look like in comparison. Just some details. But he will indeed have little pants that you can pull down and see his real legs underneath.
100% stock.
Yeah,
of course.
Exactly. They're getting his colors figured out. I think he's a little too dark, so I told him to adjust it just slightly so he's a little bit brighter. But yeah, when the JJ plush is released, he will be released at the same time as a second run of the Wolfgang plush. Which will be exactly the same, only there will be a little version 2.0 patch on the bottom of his butt. Because since the first release was a numbered release, they're legally required to do that. thank you, Banana Bird. I appreciate it. It's a lot of work.
Well, you have good taste, Banana Bird.
You'll see a lot of streaming, a lot of hours, a lot of boring drawing the same character over and over again in slightly different positions, but we still have fun. It's usually a very relaxing environment here. Sorry, I'm reading makeshift notes at the same time I'm trying to talk. Wait, this isn't even a new fucking email. Never mind. Hey, Blizz. Happy birthday. I didn't catch that. Birthday alert.
Dropping birthday bombs.
Well,
Babies
after
being
this,
born with birthday syndrome.
yeah, it's terminal.
Eventually.
Are those all the frames you're gonna do? So like once those are inked and colored, it's ready to go, right?
Yep, that's it. Not much else to do after that. I have... Oh god, I've done so many already. I think I'm about halfway done. I've done. Yeah, I'm literally halfway done. I have 13 left to do
Nice.
after this one.
You know, kiddo.
I'll see if I can't
need
get it
a
done
lot of things to stay afloat
before the end of this
on Earth,
week.
But right now, there's one thing I need more than anything else.
A shower?
There's a few frames where I could just like copy it
Was incredibly rude.
they're not
You know,
moving
kiddo, I
enough,
need
really.
A lot of things to stay afloat.
But I kind of like drawing a new frame for it anyway. It just looks nicer.
Yeah, all we gotta do is have him saying a shower with his mouth moving. Damn. Oh, no, never mind. False alarm. Now there's one thing I need more than anything else.
A shower?
All right. Just a couple mouth movements and this entire 2-clip thing will be done.
Very nice. Then you're gonna work on the next bit of choreography.
Yeah, I think for the rest of tonight's stream, I'm just gonna draw. But
Yeah.
I've got the Rococo 2 webcam thing. I mean, I could just buy motion caption sequences off of Actor Core if I need to, but I want to be able to act them myself.
Damn, your mom just makes Philly cheesesteak sometimes? Hey, how's it going, Al? Dude, our grocery store makes, like, apparently the best Philly cheesesteak sandwiches in all of, well, I feel like I'm just kind of shooting myself in the foot when I say this, but in all of New Hampshire, I mean, obviously, like, one in Philly's probably going to be better, but dude, they're crazy, and, I don't know, man, they pack it so tight that the bread doesn't even touch. It's so repulsive. I love a good
Tight
Philly
package, you
cheesesteak.
say. Tightly packaged, you say.
Wait, what?
Tightly packaged, you say.
Mm-hmm. I know, a Philly cheesesteak can totally make my day.
Hey, anybody need some help staying up tonight?
What? Oh, why?
Well, I didn't get what happened.
Seriously, it's like if someone's like, "Hey, I took a
fuel.
shit. Come look at it." I'm like, dude, fucking flush the toilet.
Like,
And they're like, no, look at it.
The beer bottle grows legs. What the fuck?
Yeah, that's the appropriate reaction.
Look, I took a dump and I used my bare hands and molded it into something that I think is kind of freaky funny. What do you think? Dude, wash your hands, throw it outside, and I never want to see you again. Like, that's the feeling I get. Ugh.
Oh, geez. Okay, I see it.
Okay. All right.
Ugh. Ugh. Jeez. Go wipe.
Throw it outside.
Ugh. Even that's bad for the environment. I don't know. Just fucking. Look, if you shit it, you eat it. That's how I feel. Yeah.
Gross.
God, now I need a Philly cheesesteak to get the taste of that, whatever the fuck that was, out of my mouth.
Gargle some mineral spirits.
Yeah.
Shower.
I think that's it.
Nice.
A shower. A shower. A shower.
Hell yeah.
Let's see it.
You know, kiddo, I need a lot of things to stay afloat as a merc, but right now there's one thing I need more than anything else.
A shower.
Wow, that was incredibly rude.
Sweet.
Good work.
We smoking runts.
You know, kiddo, I need a lot of things to stay afloat as a merc, but right now there's one thing I need more than anything else.
A shower.
Wow, that was incredibly rude.
And the movement makes the characters feel really solid, you know?
Say what?
The movement makes the character feel really solid.
It
Like,
helps.
It feels very weighty. Yeah, it helps. It's something that I've noticed with like, you know, anime as well. It's like, oh, whenever they want to do like when they do like action scenes or when they have the characters move a lot, they do movements without any shading. But you know, the constant rotation of the character already makes them look solid. But when the character's holding still, they put a lot more work on their
Yeah,
shadows because like,
that's
oh, the
what I'm
character's not
thinking
moving.
about.
Yeah. It's always finding like a good way to convey volume.
What I'm thinking of doing, like I did here with Fox, see, he's just got a soft shadow on.
Mm-hmm.
How long is this one taking? Like, this is my first time trying this. It's been quite a few weeks. Because I pretty much started on this at the beginning of the Dirty 30. I had just done like one pass when I started my Dirty 30. So yeah, it's been about 3 weeks. The bigger part of it being Wolf's 2s here. Like all of this. Getting it set up, making the model, you know, downloading the model, figuring out how Actor Core works. This first shot is on 2s, and this shot is all on 3s at 8 frames a second for like a high motion thing. I think he looks smug enough.
There's no such thing as being too smug. You could always be a little smug.
Yeah, I was gonna say bring up the corner of his mouth a little bit. Maybe drop the lids.
Say it at the right time. Right now, there's one thing I need more than anything else.
A shower?
Something else I was thinking of doing.
Shower? A shower?
Anything else?
A shower?
Wow. Wow, that was incredibly rude. You know, kiddo, I need a lot of things to stay afloat as a merc, but Right now, there's one thing I need more than anything else.
A shower?
Wow. Wow, that was incredibly rude. How does that look now? Right now, there's one
Yeah,
thing
it's
I
great.
need more than anything else.
A shower?
Wow. Wow, that was incredibly rude. You know,
Yeah, no
I
notes.
just need to make 2 backgrounds. This is what I was going to hand off to Chris to... Well, I would like to hand it off to Slava to make like a really heavily detailed storage room kind of thing here. From these 2 angles. If Slava's up for that.
If he's up at all.
Oh wait, he's in here.
Are you calling for me?
I was just saying, so I'm trying a new experiment.
Uh-huh.
I want you to make a really, really nice storage room from these 2 angles. And then I'm gonna do a render of that room and give it to Chris
Uh-huh.
for him to actually do a painting over it. Because this is the final part of this test. I want it to look. What the fuck am I doing? I want it to look like a hand painted background, like something out of Ghost in the Shell.
Gotcha.
I mean, like, yeah, I'll give you money and everything. I just, I want you to spend a lot of time on it and add, you know, like you do in all the other ones, add ropes and boxes
Of course.
and things, and make it look really good. You can change the walls and the background and everything all you want. The only things that have to be there are these 2 boxes that Wolf and Fox are sitting on. You can literally change every single other thing about it. Like even these boxes here in the back, you can get rid of these. You can change these to look different. But see, if you look on stream, each of these characters have... Let me fade everything else out. See, he has a mask on layer 10 here of this box that's in front of him. So if you change the shape of this box here, it will not follow the mask I've drawn. That's fine. I could, like, all I've got to do, like, if you change this box or make it into a seat or something that he sits on, that's totally fine. I can go in and change his mask down here. I can just delete it, and you can draw a thing in there or whatever. This is roughly where he's going to be because all the animation's already done. This is where they sit. This is where, I mean, I'm gonna pack this whole thing as one big file and send it to you. And you can just, you know, delete the grease pencils if you want. Actually, I mean, I'll just send it to you without the grease pencils because the 3D models are already in there.
Yeah,
But
grease
if you
pencil's
want-
heavy.
Yeah. But anyway, that's gonna be the next thing, and I want you to keep track of basically how many hours you spend on it. I'll pay you accordingly. I just I want like half of what's missing from my cartoons is the backgrounds. Like the 3D renders on their own, even with the Kuwahara filter, it's a little... It doesn't look as good. I want to show you exactly what I eventually want my backgrounds to look like. It's a picture you've seen a dozen times before. I just looking for the right one. Is it an image stuff? Yeah, here we go. This is a perfect example of, I mean, obviously I'm moshing together a photograph and an already used background from Ghost in the Shell. But like this literally looks exactly like a frame from an old 80s cartoon, like Plague Dogs or something by Ralph Bakshi. And if I can get the characters to look like this, which that's how they look. Like I want a cartoon that looks like this. I wanted to look like this, and like putting in a Blender background instead of this one, it takes about half of it away. I mean, it's just one picture, but I want the backgrounds to look really cool. And the backgrounds can get halfway there with a render and the Kuwahara filter. So what I'm going to do is, I mean, even on these, if you look really close, like around the edges of James here, you can see there's a tiny little bit, and around this guy too, a tiny little bit of shadow behind them around the edges, like these are actually hand-painted cells that are a few millimeters above the painted background, so there's like a little bit of shadow there. I'm sure they wouldn't have wanted that to be there back in the day, but I mean, that's part of what makes it look like an actual cartoon. But yeah, I can get part of the way there with the Kuwahara filter on a 3D render, but what I'm going to do, Slava is going to make the backgrounds in Blender, or Rex, or whoever else can do as good of a job as I'm looking for. That's one thing I hate to do. I hate for one of my friends to be like, I'll help you, and then they do it and it's not good enough as to what I'm looking for. And I hate telling my friends, like, sorry, this is about halfway there, but I've got somebody that gets it 99% of the way there. That's who I'm going to go for. That doesn't mean I'm never going to use my friend's stuff. It just means they have to, I want to give them an example of exactly what I'm looking for so they can practice on getting to that point.
It's never personal.
No, like if it was just something real quick for a YouTube thing, I don't give a shit. I can compromise. But when it's like my life's master work that I'm hopefully going to be known for the rest of my life, I'm going to spend every extra dime of money I have finding someone who can do exactly what I'm looking for. And that's, you know, if you're in the
Perfectly understandable.
if you're in the chat and you're like, oh, this is my chance, I want to try, like, I encourage it, absolutely. But if it's not at least like 90% exactly what I'm looking for, I'm going to tell you, I'm like, it's not good enough. It's not that you're not good enough. It's just that you're not spending enough hours on it, or you're not fast enough on it. If I find somebody mentally sane who just wants to get the work done, you know, especially if they're a friend of mine, if it's somebody I personally know, that's a huge plus. But someone who can do the work, who wants to make money and wants to do exactly what I'm looking for, yeah. So I told Chris, I've seen some of the stuff that Chris does, and he's excellent.
Well, I'm gonna hop off here, guys. Have a good night.
Bye bye.
Catch you later.
Good night, dude.
Let me go hug him goodnight, and I will be back. So I've pretty much got the script for this done, but no more full body scenes. This shit takes forever.
A shower?
Wow. I have to link out. I have to externalize all of Fox's grease pencils. They're still in this file.
Man, y'all should have a glass of water if you're so thirsty.
You know what? I think I will have some water right now. Thanks. Thanks for the reminder.
No problem. Yeah, go dip your head in a cold toilet, y'all. I'm kidding. I'm
Hey,
kidding.
you know, summer is just around the corner. Summer is just around the corner. It's the perfect state. It's the perfect way to stay cool.
Here. Let me see. I know how to make him unattractive.
What are you doing?
There. Do you love him now? Do you love him?
No.
Do you want to kiss him now?
I can fix him. It's fine. I can fix him.
Fix him.
I can fix him.
And when he
It's
says
okay,
that, he means my nice fat tushy. My God. Man, to think there used to be a time where I used to draw with software that didn't have an autosave feature.
Do you use autosave?
Yeah.
I never use autosave. I just
Oh my
control S
God.
at will.
Oh
Yeah,
my
I just
God.
control S at will. I mean, knock on wood, I've never had CSP crash on me. Never.
It's crashed on me twice out of the many years that I've used it.
Like, I am more likely to lose work from closing the program without saving. Because I do have the bad habit of having like, oh, I just have this file open that it's just for me to like doodle, sketch, or do whatever, and then I just close it without saving because this is the daily sketches, or it's just figure drawing practice, or it's just like junk. that I don't mind losing. So I would always close, and it's like, oh, close without saving, whatever. So I've done that sometimes with work that I wanted to save, but I've done it out of reflex by accident. And I'm like, oh fuck, I must have lost like a couple hours of work there. But yeah, I just do it again. Same thing with Blender. I don't autosave. My Blender doesn't have an autosave on it. Just control as I will.
Too dangerous for me, man.
I like living. You know, another thing that people keep like freaking out over. You know how many undos? I think I only have like 15 undos on CSP and Blender. I logged down the number of undos to like 15. I think I could do even less because I just don't look back.
Ooh, I couldn't. I need more. I'd love to have 500. 500, I'd be happy.
Yeah. I'm always moving forward, man. Like, I know I've also been getting into the habit of, instead of like drawing a line and undoing it, just draw the line, keep it, and if you don't like it, erase it and then draw it again. You know, because
Yeah,
like
the whole thing, you draw, Control Z, draw, Control Z, draw, Control Z, draw, Control Z, and you're like, fuck! That's why I love the little nudge thing. You draw the line once, and there's a tiny part of the line where it's like, oh, if I could just nudge that over, I wouldn't have to undo it and draw it again. That's what the nudging thing is for.
I do in CSP, what I do is that I draw, and then if like a part of the line is out of alignment, I switch to like the transparent color, and then I just erase it, and then I switch back to ink, and then I draw it again, and I just like do it like that. But yeah, in Blender I just use the nudge tool, and even more so being able to use like nudging things in draw mode. I don't even have to switch to sculpt mode anymore, so it's like it's even easier.
Clip Studio now has a nudge tool.
Kiddo, I need a lot of
So if I have a line that's all fucked up, I just nudge it a little bit like in Blender.
It's very needed. It's harder to do when you're working in raster, but
A shower?
if your line work is vectorized, like I think it's vectorized until you commit to it or something, like in Paint Tool Sci. They had like a vector-based line drawing tool where it looks raster on the screen, but you can still nudge and move them around with a liquify tool.
I don't think I've ever used vectors in CSP. I've do all rasters.
Yeah, Greg only uses vector and clip.
Makes it look nice and clean. That's actually something that I've been like not trying to do, but something that I noticed is like, oh, when I do Blender work or when I do work on grease pencil, my lines look like continuous. But when I do on CSP, like I have a lot more scratch or a lot more like, you know, dirtiness to the line work. It's like, well, because I like that kind of more scratchy, sketchy lines. But I can't do that as much in Blender because it's like, you know, grease pencil lines tend to be a little more, you know, continuous, I suppose. But it's just, you know, different feels for different programs.
Ew.
Are you deconstructing Fox?
Yeah, if I'm deconstructing the hero to subvert everyone's expectations. I love subverting. Subversion. Wait, I have a better way of doing this. That looks better. I'm not dwelling on this, but some kid on the internet, which, you know, to me is anyone under the age of 30, I guess. I don't know. But said that he couldn't watch my stuff anymore because he found out that I was a furry.
Wow.
And I'm like basic level furry. I don't have a fursuit. I don't like con hop. I don't do the fuzzy nuzzle yiffy scritchels or whatever the fuck. But like, I like animal people. Animal dudes look hot. I like drawing cool animal people. Humans are boring to me. But I think the people I hang out with and having a fucking hyena, this guy, and there are art styles where you can look at the animal people and you're like, yeah, this person probably isn't a furry. But most art styles drawing animal people, you can look at it's like Scrub Lion, the car wash center, and it's like a car wash but a gas station, and the mascot is a lion in this blue tool guy like utility suit, and like his muscles and everything are perfect. And the way that he has the bedroom eyes and everything, and it's like, oh yeah, obviously someone hired a furry off the internet to be like, it's called Scrub Lion, and the mascot, I want to be a really cool looking lion. And they're like, I got you. I got you, fam.
Yeah.
Yiff, yeah.
Do you want him kicking over any skyscrapers or swatting airplanes?
Everybody get into furry. Everyone's a furry now. It's even like the wine moms that have the yiff yaff love crochet thing in their bathrooms. Hashtag furry mom. I know about the struggle, guys.
Dude, when we were leaving that con recently, yeah, there was like this mom van that pulled up, and like 6 kids jumped out in fursuits, and the furry parents came out. And they were all just like, I don't know, like under 13 for sure. And I was like, oh my God, it's a furry family.
I started, when I first found out what furry was, it was still kind of being called funny animal stuff. And when furries first became a thing, I swear to God, unless I'm misremembering this, you weren't a furry. Your character was your furry. Someone's like, oh, do you have, like, instead of people saying like, what's your persona? Oh, you're a furry? What's your persona? It was more like, oh, you're in the furry fandom? What's your furry? Oh, like, oh, my furry, he's a fox guy. He's just a red fox. He has baggy Jinko jeans and a Nirvana shirt. And he's really quiet, and his eyes change color depending on what mood he's in, and he has one demon wing and one angel representing the duality of his soul, his kindred fox spirit, because he's also a theory. Like, yeah, I mean, but now it's like, yeah, you have what's your persona? Like, what is your character? It's like, oh, I am known by many personas. And he lives with his dad, but his dad lets him do what he wants. Not like a stupid fucking mom makes him clean his room once a week. Always on a Saturday. Yeah, anyway, these are some doodles. This is a doodle I did of James. Well, the model is in this file. I didn't use it. I actually sketched the shape of the head. He has like a diamond head. I'm starting to get that down. Rex, I'll pay you to sit down with me and tutor me in some sketchy stuff.
I'd love to. You don't even gotta pay me for that stuff. I love
understand,
helping out.
but I'm gonna want like specific sessions.
Sure. Okay.
No hesitation. Overachiever. I love it.
I'll stretch my jaw of creativity.
But anyway, yeah, this is Wolf O'Donnell. I was so proud of this because I mean it's the most bland picture, and I think his arm might be a little too long, but this is just the most normal picture of Wolf O'Donnell. But I drew him without looking at any kind of art doll reference thingy. Like I drew him the old school way, and I'm about to do that again. It won't look as good as this one, but it's weird. I haven't drawn Wolf like this in years, and then I finally just do it for the hell of it, and it just instantly looks exactly like he did in episode 1, only somewhat cleaner. So I look at stuff back then, I'm like, wow, his ears are way too big. He's way too fluffy. Some people will disagree on those, but it's back to my more crude 90s notebook style drawings, and I like that. I wish I could make the whole art. I wish I could make Wolf look exactly like this in all of a Fox in Space. I miss it.
Well, let's make the violence look like that.
Yeah, I don't want to, like the bodies, whatever. I don't give a fuck. I can go off of the 3D models on their bodies just fine, but like even this, like I don't mind this. It's
I need a lot of things to stay afloat as a merc, but
like I honestly think he looks fine here, but there's just this, I don't know, fluffy charm the way he is in the other one.
things to stay afloat as a merc.
Most people on my Patreon, from what I've seen in their feedback, that most people on my Patreon have the mindset of, I don't fucking care which style you use, as long as it looks good. I'm here for your acting and the storytelling and your gritty animation style. I don't care if you use Blender or, like, I've asked a lot of people in private messages, like, more common, or trying to, the people who have been around the longest, like how they feel about it, and they're like, dude, I have a preference, but I don't fucking care. As long as you're doing stuff and it looks cool, I don't give a fuck. You've got my $3 a month. People say that. People have no fucking idea what that does for my stress level. I don't dwell on anything, but sometimes someone will say something that's really, really shitty, and yeah, it'll bother me for a couple days. Be like, why would somebody say something like that? I've been dealing with this for decades, but I'm still a human. I can still get my feelings hurt. I'm still human. I just, I'm not a baby about it. I'm not super sensitive. People tell me that my shit sucks every single day. I've lost count of how many people say, "Oh, furry cringe." Ugh. It's like, okay, I get it. I don't care. It's all a mode to just leave the word furry as a comment now. A lot of kids are doing that. Like,
Yeah, furry is the criticism.
it just, furry or whatever. It's like, okay,
kiddo.
and some of them, you look them up and they are furry.
Yeah, they are.
It's like, I'm not a furry. I just have a raccoon character, and it's supposed to be me with a baggy.
He's from the Beastars world, so it doesn't count.
That's a furry.
And their feed is just nothing but Beastars porn. It's
Yeah.
like, I'm not a furry. I was like, this is not made up. I'm not pulling this out of my ass at all. It's like, I may be changing the name of a brand or a franchise, but property. But those people exist. best usage of the iced tea gif. I saw a screenshot of a guy on Reddit, and it was literally that. It was like, it wasn't Beastars, it was Zootopia.
Yeah.
And he kept saying, like, he didn't want a fursona, he wanted a Zeusona.
That's
but it was literally what you were just saying, but with Zootopia. He was just like, I'm not a furry, I'm not in the whole furry thing, but I want to be represented as an animal character from the Zootopia universe, so not a fursona, or maybe a Zeusona or whatever. And you're just going through all of the motions.
Yeah.
And someone just posted that, not even the GIF, they just posted just a still image of Ice-T from that episode, for that thingy where he's like, I've got news for you. It wasn't even the GIF. It was just the still image of him looking at the guy getting ready to say it. And I lost my shit. But it was this guy who just went through all of these, like, I'm not a furry, I don't want to be called a furry, but, like, I don't know what to call it when I really like these characters and I want a character from that universe, like from anything else, but it's from Zootopia. And
I want to
have
Judy
my own...
Hops.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably still on there. I have no idea what to search for, but it was... I don't know if someone... you never know if anything's fake, if someone's just doing a bit anymore. But... sometimes you'll look up the Reddit user and all the other things they've posted about, and they're like, nope, this guy is definitely not faking. Holy shit. I don't know how you would judge or measure competing levels of fluffness in a fox and a wolf. We need to plan little getaways where we go somewhere for a week and just really buckle down on a language.
Yeah.
Like go to one of those bubble huts or whatever. You know on Airbnb, those big bubble homes. It's just like
Greg was looking at.
Yeah, I forget what they're called. Like he said it like 20 times, but I fucking forget. The dome homes or whatever, but they're like these big wooden spheres or whatever on the beach, and people Airbnb them, and they're really cool. But yeah, go somewhere with like kind of the setting of the culture of whatever language we're practicing. Japanese, for example, just and just jump into it, and for the entire week, like we just relax there and study our Japanese. I think that would be really, really cool. I mean, you're immediately picturing all of us wearing kimonos and kneeling and grilling thin pieces of meat or whatever. I mean, we could do that.
That sounds like fun.
I picked
I can
myself
jam.
with a katana already, just like,
Fundoshi, not kimonos. Oh, you sweet summer child. No. So like the things that males wear. I didn't know. I had never heard fundoshi. But yeah, like I'm sorry. I just imagined us all painted up like with the kimonos and the makeup and the geisha looking whatever, and covering our faces, covering our faces with fans and tittering while we learn Japanese on our smartphones. And grilling very thin pieces of meat. Oh, I'm excited now.
yeah, I've always wanted to learn Japanese. And also I believe that in Japanese theater, it was all men too. So whenever you see a woman on the theater, it was a man dressed like a woman.
Like the old kabuki theater stuff.
Yeah, the theater, yep.
Hell yeah.
I mean, it was like that in Shakespeare too, or sometimes like the women would play men and the men would play women.
Huh, I didn't know that.
Mm-hmm.
Huh.
All right, so I forget what the sketch layer would be. 4 is my sketch layer. So you remember I made 2 brushes where if I hold the R key down, it gives me a thinner pressure sensitive line. The harder I press it, see, the darker it gets. And you know, with my toggles, my push and release toggles, if you release the button while you're still drawing the line, it stays in that mode. And you know, at that point, people are like, well, why don't you just set it to toggle? It's like you can press it to hit toggle, and it's either, so you know, every time you press it, it goes on off. But in order to remember which one it was on, I found that like I kept forgetting, so I'd have to look up in the upper left corner and see if the icon was on or not, or draw a line and see what happens and hit undo, which takes even longer. But the constant looking up at the top left corner, it just drove me nuts. So instead of having it toggle, I had it where, you know, I just, if I want to draw, I'm trying to think of another one. But if let's say, you know, I want to draw just flat color, but now I want to do the other thing, you hold the key down and you can sketch, or like if you just want to draw a line at like half alpha or whatever, it switches. See, I'm holding R down, and when I let go of it, it switches to the other pin that has the other pin as you know, with the shit turned on down here, the pressure sensitive thing. And you can do this with anything. Like if you have 2 brushes and you're just like, oh, I wish I could, you know, draw in this, and then while holding a button down, it switches to the other pin, and I draw something, and then I let go of it, and it goes back to my regular pin. There's 1,000 other applications for this method. Well, la-di-da, Mr. Professor, man. Yeah, there's 1,000 other ways you can use that function. Anything you can think of like that. This goes for anybody in the chat. If there's ever anything like this that you want to learn how to make an operator for, just takes a teeny tiny little bit of Python scripting. Especially if you're already into it and you want to know how you can, you know, change to something. Or the same thing with the eraser. I have this eraser that erases only the points that I'm scrubbing over. See, like that. Now, what if I wanted to just touch a line and erase the whole line? When I hold down E, see, it changes to a completely different brush. The only difference between them, I have the width change because I like to be able to visually see the brush get bigger when I'm holding it down, so I know which is which. But the only difference between these 2 brushes, other than their name, is this setting right here. One deletes points only, and holding E deletes the whole stroke, so I can just delete the whole lines. I use this one more often than anything. But if you just want to trim them, you just tap E and let go of it, and then now you're just trimming pieces of the lines. Yeah, Beard, you're talking about the trim or the cutter tool here. Like I draw these lines here, and then I can hold control and it just does this. It trims the pieces in between. Well, here, all that is, you don't even have to program anything for that. Check this out. I'm going to open up Preferences, go to Key Map, and it's under Grease Pencil. So you scroll down here to Grease Pencil. And then while we're in Paint, like in this mode, I'm not switching. So you can switch, you can hit T and go down here to the cutter tool. And that's all it is. It's just this cutter tool right here. You can trim pieces out. But if you just want to do it without having to switch, you draw, and then just hold a button and do it like that. you go to grease pencil, stroke paint, draw brush mode. And it is, let's see, I think it's done. Yeah, control left mouse, this one right here. Oh, wait, no, that's control alt, my bad. This one. I have it set to control left mouse, so when you're just drawing with left mouse, it does this. But if you hold control and start drawing, it does this. So that's it. gpencil.stroke_cutter. You set it to press, left mouse, and yeah, control and left mouse. And that's it up here. Flat caps just means it trims the caps off the end right here. See? Like this. You can have a line that you extrude and it has a flattened cap or a rounded cap on the end. So that's all that flat caps means. But yeah, that's it. Same thing with the nudge. Alt left mouse. So over here, Alt and left mouse does this. And it's not like that by default. I came into grease pencil, stroke paint, draw brush. Oh, it's a mouthful. And it's gpencil.sculpt_paint. You tap, wait for input, and then disable it. It cannot be grayed out. It cannot be grayed out like this. You have to tap it and then make sure that the box is unticked, but it's on. It can't be grayed out like this. It'll work half the time. It gets fucking weird. So yeah, disabled, but the whole button is on. And it's gpencil.sculpt_paint. I usually just do Alt. So there's something else, like if you start drawing a line and then hold the Alt key, it kind of does a straight line thing that doesn't quite work. But this is after you start drawing. If you hold Alt before you start drawing, then this works. I think the Alt after you start drawing, I think this is hard-coded and you cannot change it. It's like while you're drawing and you hit C, it immediately goes into this guide mode where you can only draw circles around wherever the 3D cursor is. If you are drawing and you accidentally hit the C button or the C key, see, I'm drawing and I tap C and it starts doing this shit. That is because you have enabled guides up here. If this ever happens to you, this thing. You're like my thing's not drawing where I want it to draw. What's going on? That's why. And I've asked them about this. It's hard coded in. Any buttons or any keys that you press after you've started drawing and they start doing a different thing, you can't change that. Your shortcuts can only be changed if it's something before you start drawing. So that kind of sucks. But if you're drawing and you accidentally hit the C key while you're drawing, this is why. I mean, you can do some cool things. You do like the anime motion spikes that are all going in toward one direction. Like a character going, ah, like someone's running at them in an anime and attacking them. But there's a trick. While you're drawing and you hit C and it goes into that weird shit, while you're drawing and you hit V, it disables it. So C enables it while you're drawing, see? And then when you're drawing, you hit V, it disables it, but you still end up with this weird shit when you turn it on. I wish they just turn it off, because that's what I asked them about. I was like, is there a way I can just disable this? And they're like, sorry, it's hard-coded into the program. Maybe you can ask somebody in the something, and like, no, I'm good. I don't hate it that bad. I just learned not to accidentally hit C or V while I'm drawing. But yeah, the alt left thing and the control left thing for trimming, I use those more than any other tool I've put in. Like seriously, thousands and thousands of times a day. But anyway, changing to that brush. And then while I'm drawing, letting go of the key, so now it just stays in it no matter what. This is where I go in and just start sketching a character. Because since this works like a pencil, it's more like a sketchy line, and I have it thinner too. Because as you see, I'm changing between two brushes with the press and release of a key. I want to see what my other characters look like from memory. This is going to be like showing you guys my middle school drawings. But now let's warm up with Fox, maybe. So I don't even remember my old fucking methods for this.
I'm back.
I'll
You
admit
doing
I
Fox
haven't-
next?
Yeah, I haven't drawn without the assistance of 3D models in a long time, and it has severely affected my art. But it's nice to know that, like, my first attempt at doing Wolf from scratch, just it's like traveling back 9 years.
Well, it's like when I drew with stability assist for years and years digitally, and then I was at a con and someone's like, "Oh my god, could you draw in my sketchbook?" And I was like, "Yeah."
And you're like,
Oh,
I think you're an alcoholic.
But honestly, ever since I turned that off like a few years ago, I can draw 1-for-1 in sketchbooks now. Thank God.
Embrace squiggly line work. Turn stability all the way down.
Only
I
if the
never liked
squiggles
it.
will go where I want them to go.
I mean, like, you know, there is a certain beauty behind like lines not being like Kim Jong-gi had it by the tenfold. Like, if you actually looked at a lot of his line work, like, he did not have the steadiest of hands sometimes, you know. But it looks cool, you know. That you look at a lot of like even professionally animated anime. You know, you look at scenes like from Cowboy Bebop and Mob Psycho 100, you can tell that the lines jitter a lot, especially during action scenes. The only like animations where, especially Trigger too, if you see anything Trigger, a lot of jitter in that. But the only like studio that I haven't seen any jitter from is like Ghibli Studios. It's the only one where I've actually like paused it frame by frame, and it's like, no, this like somebody drew this slowly. You know, like, the rest of them were drawn really fast, but like somebody, you know, when it comes to Ghibli Studio, it's all a little more perfect. But yeah, I don't know. I think it gives life to the drawing. It makes it feel like it's moving, at least to me. Man, I don't think. I'm trying to remember the last time I actually drew something traditionally, and it must have been a long time ago. Gee.
The last time I did was the animation cell I made a few months ago.
Oh wow, cool. Yeah, because like I will draw traditionally because it's like because I couldn't take my computer to places, so I would be like, all right, I'll just take my sketchpad and like while I wait out before work or while I wait at the bus or like I'm waiting in the car or something, I'll just pull up my sketchpad and draw. But like since I don't go out other than to do exercise, when I go outside I usually don't keep a sketchpad. Like when I don't bring a sketchpad when I go to the gym and stuff like that, because I usually go in, I work out, and then I get out. I don't linger that much, so.
That's weird. Sorry, I haven't drawn hardly any of these characters and just traditional zero reference stuff.
I'm gonna be right back.
Sure.
I love that you're taking the time to draw these.
It feels weird. It's the wobbling when the training wheels have been taken off. Wonder if Jack's gonna put out the thing tonight.
Oh, tonight?
I mean, it was for April Fool's, right?
Oh, he might be waiting until tomorrow. Some people are starting early, man.
Some websites started it early.
Yeah. God, how many people frantically drew like a stick figure just to get through?
I'm gonna pretend like I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I thought you would. I drew a little fox, like a little four-legged fox, and then a beefy arm coming out of its side. And then I was able to check my checking account.
The gears in my head are turning, trying to piece together this cryptic puzzle that you have presented me with.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think I have it quite figured out yet. I don't want you to tell me, but I will figure it out tomorrow.
Okay,
Eventually.
show your work. I
Sorry,
like
I'm just
James
gonna come-
Wolfe.
Say what?
I was just telling Fred I like his James Wolfe.
Oh, yeah. I'm just gonna come up to you tomorrow at like the most random time and be like, I figure it out, it's this. And you're gonna go like, what? And it's like the thing from yesterday, and you're gonna go,
I
oh.
don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I wasn't here yesterday.
Wait. I'll do that sometimes. Like people will just like say things, and I will just be thinking about it, and then it won't be until like way later. I go say, "Oh, it was that thing," and people will look at me like, "What? What are you talking about?" It's like that thing you mentioned like yesterday or like a few hours ago. It was about this thing, and people just look at me where it's like, "Oh, that wasn't like forever ago." And it's like, well, I figured it out.
Beard, I always have time for a Homestar Runner joke. You know, I actually have another series of images that I could easily just turn into another like Starship animatic. I just need to figure out what song I could put it to. It's the one where Wolf is cooking Fox a meal, and it becomes this like he just chops up some onions and he's sauteing it in some oil and some salt and pepper, and he's like, "Oh, this looks nice so far." And he dumps in some marshmallows and refried beans, and just kind of starts making stuff up as he goes with no real concept. And I drew the whole thing out, like from start to finish, so I'll try to repurpose that.
I don't think I've seen that.
Yeah, I did it all in Blender because I wanted to make it a full animation, but it was too ambitious for my first animation. Because that's when I sketched it out, was when I was first learning.
You know, kiddo, I need a lot of things to stay afloat as a merc, but right now there's one thing I need more than anything else.
A shower?
Wow. Wow, that was incredibly rude. You know, kiddo.
There we go.
You know, kiddo, I need a lot of things to stay afloat. You know, kiddo, I need a lot of things to stay afloat as a merc, but right now there's one thing I need more than anything else.
A shower? A shower? A shower?
Else.
A shower?
Else.
A shower?
was incredibly else.
A shower?
Wow. Else.
A shower?
Wow. Else.
A shower?
Wow.
Else.
A shower?
Wow.
Else.
A shower?
Wow. Else.
A shower?
Wow.
Alright, let me export this. Just to see. Ding dong.
You know, kiddo. You know, kiddo, I need a lot of things to stay afloat as a merc, but, right now there's one thing I need more than anything else.
A shower? A
You know, kiddo.
A shower? A shower?
But it's not using it. It's not in my file.
Than anything else.
A shower? Shower? A shower?
Wow. 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 Wow.
A shower?
Wow. Wow, that was incredibly rude. Wow. Wow, that was incredibly rude. You know, kiddo, I need a lot of things to stay afloat as a merc, but, right now there's one thing I need more than anything else.
A shower?
Wow. Wow, that was incredibly rude.
There we go.
You know, kiddo,
Where's the culprit? Ah, there we go.
You know, kiddo, I need a lot of things to stay afloat as a merc, but, right now there's one thing I need more than anything else.
A shower?
Wow. Wow, that was incredibly rude. You know, kiddo, I need a lot of things to stay afloat as a merc, but, right now there's one thing I need more than anything else.
A shower?
Wow. Wow, that was incredibly rude. You know, kiddo, I need a lot of things to stay afloat as a merc, but, right now there's one thing I need more than anything else.
A shower?
Wow. Need more than anything else.
A shower?
Wow. Wow, that was incredibly rude. You know, kiddo, I need a...
I think to make it easy on myself, the next shot is just going to be on Fox's face while Wolf is talking for a few seconds. You know, kiddo, I think that looks pretty good.
Yeah, it really does.
Look at that sexy one-eyed wolf go.
Yeah, I'm trying really hard to give it sort of more like a episode 1 look, even with like Wolf's eyes slightly glowing for no reason. Well, this is part of the ad for the plush. So this is canonically, if it was, this would be taking place a bit after episode 1. Fox's eye has healed up and had some werewolf gloves.
Oh.
So it just cuts to this other room where he's got them set up in this little play set with the fake laser bars made out of glowing pipe cleaners and everything. And then it just cuts over to like the same thing, but it's just me with furry wolf gloves on, like playing with them and making them sing to each other. I think that would be neat. But yeah, I think this is as good as it gets. For people wanting it to be less robotic, less stiff, and more like episode 1.
You know, kiddo, I need a lot of things to stay afloat as a merc, but right now there's one thing I need more than anything else.
A shower?
Wow. Wow, that was incredibly rude.
It'll be better when there's like glowing computer screens and storage bins and stuff in the background.
Yeah. The ambiance.
All right, so save this. Save a copy for Slava. All right.
I need a lot of things to stay afloat as a merc, but right now there's one thing I need more than anything else.
A shower?
Wow. Wow, that was incredibly rude.
Throw some ambience in there and some Foley. And that'll be easy. God, I wish FL Studio could integrate with Blender. Jeez. I really would be an unstoppable force at that point. Well, happy April Fools, everybody. Don't let anybody fool you today. I had the perfect April Fool's thing set up for Greg, but I'm not going to do it. It's even worse than the teeth one I did.
Oh my god, don't.
The teeth?
Yeah, several years ago I did one where we were up in the morning and I had filed a couple pieces of an aspirin down and stuck them up in my lip. And I went out while Greg was cooking breakfast and fell in front of him and made it look really convincingly like I busted my jaw on the corner of the table. And came up and was just like, oh fuck, oh fuck. They started like, all these pieces started spitting out of my mouth. Like, he instantly almost started crying and was like, oh baby, oh no. And just instantly I was like, Greg, it's a joke, April Fool's, it's a joke. Oh my God. Like he's I haven't done an April Fool's on him in like 3 years since. Like immediately I stopped the joke. I was like, it's a joke. Nope, sorry.
I mean, you know, I like jokes, but I like it when it's like they know it's a joke and it's like a joke. It's okay, it's a joke.
Yeah.
You know? But some, yeah. I remember a friend once told me, it's like, oh, I put like, you know, dry spaghetti, like a piece of dry spaghetti in my mouth, and then I let my kid jump on my back and then I crack it, and it sounds like I cracked my bag.
Now you get a bunch of long grain rice and sprinkle it in your hair and work it in really close to your scalp and go up to your mom and be like, Mom, my head is really, really itching and I don't know why. She's like, oh, really second, shit just looks like hundreds of lice eggs all in your hair. We did that to my mom and she shrieked. She was, my sister and I both, like, we both did that at the same time, and she got so mad at us. Oh, God. Mine was gonna be, like, putting some fake blood in my ear and cutting a Q-tip in half. Making it look like the Q-tip was like obviously pierced through my eardrum, and wait until Greg comes in or through a room and I shove the door back and just scream and I'm like, no! Oh! He's like, what? He opens the door and sees me with blood out of my ear and like a Q-tip that's only sticking out like half an inch from my ear.
I think he would just push it all the way in.
He'd be like, let me go get a real one of the wooden ones so it'll go all the way. And just stand there going like, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. Yeah, I won't do that. Like I said, after the tooth one, like, no. Because that'll be the second one. The third time will be when an actual emergency happens. Yeah. And it will happen on April Fool's. I'll fall down the stairs and be like, Fred, okay, those are rubber stairs. Fred? Fred, are you... Oh, come on.
I'll give you 10 minutes.
Okay. and I spit out my teeth and have an actual Q-tip rammed into my ear. I was fucking doing my Q-tipping my ears as I was coming down the stairs. Yeah, that would. Oh my God. Well, Borks. Let's raid someone doing community fan art. I will be back tomorrow, and we'll figure out what the next shot's gonna be. I might do that tonight. I don't know, but y'all have a good one. Thanks for coming out, and we'll be back tomorrow for day 23.